check, check. That might work. I just have to wait 20 seconds to hear it on my phone. Check, check, check. I think that's a good level of music. Turn my mic up. Try that. Check, check, check. Testing, testing, testing. Yep. Oh, IT guy already made it. Sweet. So I've got my music playing from my soundtrack channel. This is my first time trying to do that. Tell me if it's a good level or whatever. I'll turn my headphones off because I was checking levels that way by listening to the stream myself. And I got to self-promo myself to a couple other people. Okay, so it's a good level when there's no dialogue. How does it sound while I'm talking and going blah, 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 and I just talk for a while, like I'm going to work on this 5700 XT that I tore apart before, that I made its thermals worse by doing stuff. I thought that was a good sample rate. I have to close my game off. There we go. 72 battery. Should be all right. Stop it. Oh, gotta promo myself to my Facebook, obviously. Good, thanks, IT guy. Post. Now let's get to tearing this card apart again. That's got a battery. That's got a battery. If I just had another wire, that could have a battery too. Wait, I got a wire right here. I want to use that. Use that for the mic. Wait, I want you to tell me something, IT guy. Listen, this better be good. I paused record. All right, I want you to tell me if the audio starts getting a ting 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 in it, called ground loop. All right, I'm talking now. It's plugged in to a different charge cable. Tell me, does it sound like na 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 na? Buzz. I'm gonna listen to it. Bluetooth's connected. It's not using the sound. Testing, testing, testing. I have to wait up to 20 seconds to hear my own voice. Now it's plugged in and I'm unplugging it and plugging in the battery. Yeah, there was a tiny bit of buzz. Dang it. That's how it goes. That explains the tiny bit of buzz I heard on one of my other live streams where I was trying to do editing on it. I couldn't clean it out. M here. Hey Elemental Plays. Wish I had my phone stand so I could watch the chat. Just put my phone in a precarious spot, I guess. That buzz is called a ground loop. It's a problem in all audio, whether you're listening or recording your voice. You've got, like in this case, one microphone, positive and minus, and the minus is the ground, and it tries to ground back to the same place that the power is grounded to, and they loop back and forth between each other, and you hear that, and it's Master Nugget! Yeah, we're doing an experiment, guys, to see how Tuesday nights go for streaming. Because I wasn't getting that much people on Friday nights. All right. And this card, I took it apart before, and its thermal's improved, but then it would crash a lot. And that's a big can of lame sauce. I don't need these headphones anymore, sticking to my sweaty neck. So I had to ride my bike to go to the pharmacy and try to get some medication. They're like, your insurance is not a network. And they try to, I'm like, okay, I'm all calm, right? I'm not like a normal customer that freaks out. And the guy's like, and he's all like, he looks like he's 75 years old. He says, you've got it, your doctor's got it, we don't got it. Okay, how much? And he says, maybe you can call another pharmacy and have it moved over. He says, how much is it just to buy it? Whatever the prescription was. They're like 79 bucks. I'm like, I'd rather not get the prescription. Do I know the MEMS Trojan? No. An Elemental Plays? Put a monster emoji. Yeah, this does exist, Master Nugget. It's a good time. I like joking around with guys, and you guys missed a couple last streams because I was gaming. Not gaming all the time, but when I was waiting on my mining rig to do something, I was gaming. And I figured out a way to do my mobile game on my PC so you guys can watch. I also got a IP camera going, so if I go in the other room to work on my mining rig, you can see me walk in there. I don't even know if I had to take all the screws out of the back. We'll see. I think it's these main ones. Pencil emoji. And that's somehow supposed to add to the conversation somehow. Some cables are ultra cheap. Maybe the wires aren't wrapped correctly. No, trust me. I do have a USB ground loop isolator that I might try. It makes it so that a ground can't go in the reverse direction, if that makes any sense. coins into real money? Coins are real money! What coins are you talking about? Elemental plays? Context! You should install MEMS Trojan on your PC. For some reason, I'm thinking of Trojan condoms commercials from the 90s. Install MEMS Trojans and have less babies. Oh, can you guys see that? The thermal putty coming apart, destroying my hard work. Metal coin? Metal coin? You mean like a nickel or a quarter? That is real money! Not pretend. I think I improved the cooling too much, possibly. And the memory, because this card would mine for like an hour and then it would just start freaking out. So I think what's going on is the memory would heat up the cooler and the heat would come back into the GPU. I mean into Bill. This is thermal putty, the IT guy. You might not remember. That's what we did on a previous stream. So my first step today is to put all that thermal putty back in a container because it's freaking expensive. It's like, oh yeah, Elemental Plays, check it out. I did like I was talking about and put my music in the background. Tell me what you think. Make sure it doesn't play the same song constantly. It's playing A Strange Land version 1. It's supposed to be a soundtrack for a future episode that a friend is helping me write. Maybe. Elemental plays. There used to be, I don't know if there are anymore, places where you can put a bunch of coins into a machine and it would spit out dollar bills for you. I like to keep them for emergency bus fare. Oh, for me, all I did was throw it into a music player and then I captured audio output. Is that how you did it in OBS? Elemental Plays? Elemental Plays gave me the idea a couple streams ago because he was playing music on his laptop when he was sitting here helping me. Maybe it was the previous one where I actually put that thermal putty on there. So earlier, oh, it's just YouTube. Did you do audio output capture? Is that what you did? That's what I'm asking. Look at that. Some thermal putty got right on the edge of whatever this thing is. So maybe memory temperature was just going straight over there into the CPU. Scrap, 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 scrap. Elemental Plays be like, I think. I gotta be careful not to scrape traces on the PCB. Cause that would be bad! Where's... always doing that. I know the wipes are down here. Ugh. So many things to get prepared for to do a stream. I need to restore this thing cooling solution back to factory defaults. So, IT guy, you said you paused Picard for this. How do you like that show, Picard? I'm really glad that Patrick Stewart is doing stuff. Don't lock my screen, I'm watching the chat. Don't mess with Data's positronic matrix like this. How are they draining all your energy? You don't have to do anything except stare at it and be exhausted because of all the difficulty I have to do. Brian. I'm scraping out the expensive thermal putty goop. It was a really bad pun. Awful, sadly. I wasn't asking you, Hank. I think it's going to kill Mike over Red Letter Media. I'm trying to make graphical glitches in BAT or VBS that would look cool, but I don't know how to do it, so yeah. I know how to do graphical glitches in video. I wouldn't be able to tell you how to batch or VBS. No, you can't. You can't. No. Both of those programming things don't do anything with the GUI. VBS is all invisible stuff. There's no user seeing what the VBS is doing unless it prompts the user for input, or it says error, or like a yes/no prompt, and that's it. That's the only graphical objects it has, and there's no glitches in it. And batch is 100% command line. Now, both of them, however, can call upon other applications to do things. So if you maybe find a command line application that is able to do graphical glitches like stuff to your screen. There was a funny thing that I had on my desktop for years until my antivirus started telling me it was malware. But it was not malware, it's something you would put on somebody's desktop that messed with them. And I used it sometimes just to entertain myself, and it was called mouse droppings, where while it's running, your mouse pointer would just randomly leave extra pixels everywhere like it was pooping. Like little black pixels sitting in your browser or on your desktop, just as you moved it, and be like, boop, boop, boop. That's enough of that. You don't have enough memory for a good one? You mean a good GPU? Like how much memory does your machine have? You create a snapshot. Well, you'd have to have a command line program that makes the snapshot for you. That's step one, right? And then you'd have to have a second command line program that would scale that image, right? And then a third command line program that can set your desktop background as that second image. Because anything you can do in the GUI, you can do in a command line. There might even be a command line built into Windows to set your desktop picture to something. I know there's a registry value, but I don't know what privileges your script is running at. It has to run the same privileges as the user. There was a goose one like that. It gave you memes and stole your mouse if you closed them. That's funny. Messing with you while you're trying to do stuff. I don't even remember how many millimeters thick the thermal pads that were here were. It'd be cool if this was enough. If I didn't have to take this part off. So I want to put the screws for that part back on. That's going to be our first experiment tonight. Just to see if the thermal putty that was on the other side of this plate was what was messing us up. Since ancient times, since the beginning of time, before the invention of the computer, scantily clad women would dance on desktops. It was fun until it was not. That, I believe. Oh, he's still early in the show on Picard. Oh, I hope Hank doesn't mind calling him out, but Hank really loves DS9. I could talk about DS9 for hours. Hours and hours. Or any Star Trek series for that matter. Okay. Avocado spray is not sufficient for cooking on a pan. Oh, that sucks. Avocado oil, if you just pour a tablespoon in, is like moving around. One of the first applications I ever wrote asked a girl to go on a date with me, and if you click to no, if you click no, it opened 2 more instances of itself. Do you want to go on a date with me? No. Do you want to go on a date? Do you want to go on a date with me? That's funny. No. Now there's 4 of them. What happens if I click yes? Will you go away? So bad. I actually kept the thermal pads from last time. And I tried to protect them by just laying them on top of my streaming PC. And then sticking the thermal pad bag on top of that, and it's all like sticking to everything. Okay. Oh, these are not the right width. Could have been better, but it did a lot of things right compared to Voyager, which trapped us with Neelix and boring Ulticote and Paracells, and they make the Borg worse. One of the great things about DS9 was they proved to network television that people enjoyed serialized content. And they should have made some of the story plots in Voyager serialized, like 7 of 9 dating Chakotay. Just like did it one episode and then that was it. That's done. The only thing they made to try to make serialized was what's her face dating Neelix and Tom Paris, and she was a jerk. She's like, I have powers and I hate everybody, and I'm gonna melt your face with my brain powers because I'm having my menstrual cycle. I know it's not the reason, but that's what they made it look like. What show do you think is doing episodic storytelling now, Hank? Digs old thermal pads out of the trash because reasons. It's all gross and stuff looking. Oh, I know which one that is. That one goes over here. Because I see the bump and I know what that bump is for. Toss. Ross. At least it's not the kitchen trash. It's just the basement trash. Brave New Worlds. I haven't seen that show yet. The girl didn't like me. Didn't work out. My wife asked me on our first date in person. Oh, okay, Hank. I get you. Brian, your wife asked you out? That is cool. That is what our culture needs. Women initiating relationships instead of waiting on shy guys to do it. If this guy is shy and he's nice, ask him out. It's like a diamond in the rough. Now I'm looking to see if I have this going the right way. Because that one's got bumpy whatsits. This one got folded over. I can't find the rest of it, so I'm gonna get my caliper now. I've had that happen once or twice. Always such relief. Oh, you want to go out? Nice. Yeah. Because the guy, it's like biology, right? Biology is simple. Women can have like the pick of the litter. They can date whoever they want because they could say no to everybody except 1 or 2 guys. And the guy has to work super hard to get the attention of a woman just because of the way men and women think and vice versa. That's a 1.62. I don't think that belongs to that. Guys, let's see. I need 2mm sitting over here. That's a 2mm. I can use that one. And this piece goes like that. Hey Hank, I'm glad you came to stop by. This card is a lot more complicated than yours. And in case we ever took yours apart, give you an idea of what I'm doing here. What I would do on yours would research it first so I knew how thick the thermal pads were and then buy that kind. And also know what kind to get based off of watching a couple videos. Yeah, just increase the probability of a girl asking me out, or increase the amount of estrogen that's in the area and make it harder for me to relate with people because I already have that problem. Get into nursing. Can you imagine me in scrubs? Always telling people, no, that's not how you reboot that. Trust me, I used to be in IT, and that is not how you turn things off and then back on again. Just measuring this so I can cut a good. IT guy agrees with you. Yeah, I'm super clean about, because dust on a thermal pad is going to make it so that there's not a good contact with the metal. Doesn't have to be super clean, I just don't want to be able to see any dust. Maybe being a lifeguard would be fun. Blowing the whistle all the freaking time. Always arrange schools with the College of Nursing and Engineering Physics. Always arrange socials. Oh, as in like social get-togethers? Yeah. I need to be invited to those. When I went to college, they didn't have socials. It was a community college. I went to school for graphics design because I'm very, very artistic and creative, and I wanted to try that route versus computer stuff, even though I knew I could do computer stuff too. Let's see how long I got. This is funny. This is these are thermal pads I pulled off of a different GPU. Tell me in chat what you think about that. Oh, hey, anybody in chat, if you didn't hit like on the stream yet, please do that. It's for the algorithms. So YouTube knows that I'm actually a decent streamer. The first thing I'm thinking of doing when I get monetized is to take like 90% of how much money I make from YouTube and hire a editor. Just pay him that money. Reinvest, right? Terrorizing children, plus you don't have to leave your chair to do it. Yep. That's why the salaries are so low. Wait, why are we not working on this video game together? you have art training? We've already talked about it. I've helped you a little bit. I helped a friend with his video game in the 90s. Unreal was a game that they had this contest to make the best level or whatever. And I helped him design it. He worked on it for a couple years. And then guess what? Nepotism happened. Unreal let the relative of a developer win. Oh, he was super down about that. What? My phone got touched. Go back to my live stream. How does I do? How does I do anything without you? All right, plug the cable back in. And try to line up the things. Oh wait, thermal paste, genius! You're trying to fry your GPU that you spent Ethereum on to make more Ethereum on it? Come off, cap. This icy diamond is like pushing out a constipated turd. Come out! I'll stick to it, turd. Thank you. Thermal, oh yeah, that thermal pad right there. Thanks, IT guy. I can actually carefully move it to the inductors. Oh, this goes to the caps. Dusty! I'm a technomancer level 2 now. As he says, like doing like this out in the middle of the forest, hitting a tree with a broom. I imagine giant letters appearing on the video that say achievement unlocked. Alright, you gotta carefully smush that turd. It just falls. Alright. Now when you put your screws in, you don't want to tighten them all the way down. You want to do even pressure across the turd. The turd gets smooth squishiness across the the technical term of the top of the GPU, the metal thing. I don't remember right now. Tighten. 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 Burp. That's kind of creepy. You knew exactly what I was doing. Does this stream go both ways? Well, you said you were a Technomancer level 2. I had to imagine, what would Brian be doing where he thought that he was this imaginary thing? Yesn't. That's one of my son's made-up words. Everybody congratulate Elemental Plays / Charlie for being so creative. Alright, what everybody's been waiting for, I guess, is to plug this thing into my GPU. There we go. Still working, yay, my IP camera. Alright, here goes something. Bring your phone so you can watch the chat, genius. See if anything is said after yesn't. Get out of here, script from another video. You're not in this scene. Okay. Turn on the monitor. Windows button X, U. Shut it down, shut it down. Oh, I should have put a pause in the batch. I digress. Why? IT guy, he might have tissue next to the phone to rub it on. He's got to make sure he doesn't touch the phone and smear it and make it hard to interface with the phone. That's important. Yeah. Dang it. I can't get the clamp holder thingy. What's it to go over? All right. There, got it. Because it's socially unacceptable nonetheless. Well, he's invisible. I can't see what he's doing. I only know what he's doing if he tells me. I don't care! Shut up! You're not in this scene. Quiet on set. All right, power cables. Go in your home. All right, power supply 2, on. Power supply 1, on. Power button, off. Rob says he might have tissues, like he can't see through the phone into my soul already. I do have that power sometimes. Ah, I need to replace this motherboard. It keeps clearing the CMOS every time I turn it off. And it's doing that crap! You gonna turn on and stay on? All right, step number 1, change language to English. Step number 2, put the date times in there. All right, it thinks it's January 1, 2017. That is wrong. January, February, March, April, May, 5, and then 10. And then COVID year +2. Oops, can't say that word on YouTube. And F10 to save. Okay. I gotta hurry up and stop the batch. Then I'll run downstairs and remote in so you guys can see it in all crispy, clear clarity. Don't mind, don't mind, don't mind. Okay, we're downstairs. Display capture. There we go, that's the one. Let me in, Miner 1. Don't act like I can't get in there. Don't ask me again, yes. That's what you'd like me to believe. I know you can see right through this phone and see all the conspiracy theories sitting next to me. You would like them, wouldn't you? You'd like to get a hold of all my things. Devmangment.nska. No, muska at the end. There we go. Display adapters. It is not detected. Oh yeah, that's right. Ugh. Shut it down, shut it down. I need another thing about this motherboard. It's supposed to support 12 GPUs, but when I got it, it would only do 11. And then something happened to it a couple weeks ago, and now it'll only do 10 GPUs. So I'm simply just going to rip the power cables out of the Vega 56 so I remember that it's not going, and then switch the USB cords in between the two of them. Get in there's good. I'll pull your arm out without yanking any cords out. I'm going back down. Oh, don't go back downstairs yet. Turn it on, genius. for that to come up. Come here, BlueStacks. You're in this scene. Something to do while I'm waiting. I said clear the screen, clear screen, ping -T. Minor 1. Got a whole page of pings I can remote in. Oh, chat's not that active in my game for the last hour. Minor 1. Dev Megat. There she is, right there, that one's. And do some PowerShell JimRPG. See if it's enumerated in there. It is card number 10. Okay. 3090 is number 2. All right. It's kids' bedtime, not adult necromancer level 2 bedtime. Stop trying to do magic with the dead. You know that's what necromancy is. Wherever you are, you can't see what you're doing. Huh? Maybe my one thing's froze. Let's see. Okay, this is working. Right. IT guy, you're talking about that camera thing? Of course, when I'm upstairs, I can't see that. Maybe I should look at my phone, see if I see myself moving around next time I do go up there. I am streaming on YouTube and playing games. Let's see how active they are in. They're not doing any alliance wars. Maybe they ran out of stuff to do. That's why I'm... Well, thanks, IT guy. I'll keep an eye on that. Mornigui still parked by me. Suddenly, minor 1 is not pingable. Why? Did it lock up? Did it crash? Let me see how many watts it's pulling. Dang it. How many watts you do? This one. And it's back. I didn't turn it off or anything. Mining rigs are just frustrating like that. Oh, it rebooted itself. Look. That's because my laptop. Just in case I've got personal stuff open on my laptop. No, that's not gonna be good to look at. There we go. Remote into my laptop. And because my laptop's got, yeah. I'm glad I hid that. Have stuff open. That's taken care of. Where are you? I might tell over there. Deleting all the bookmarks from things that I was working on earlier before the stream. Okay, is there stuff to do there? Tag, lines more, 5 minutes, preset. Your stamina. And look, it locks it up again. I wish I could see it just before it locks up. This time when it comes back, I'm gonna watch it. And open hardware info 64 first. And just stare at it. Not do anything else. It's coming back. Ah! Okay. Close update box, I don't care. Unexpected system failure. Yep. I wish you didn't have Adrenaline Edition settings at all. Just stay out of it. You're messing things up, guy. All right. 32 and 34C. Go. Wait 30 freaking seconds. 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 18, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, jumping, 6, up. Do it. 10 cards. All the overclocks are right, otherwise I see yellow text. Okay. GPU 10 is the 5700 XT that we worked on. And probably the last one to try to do any mining. 55, that's right. 58 on the memory junction temperature. 60. GPU temperature 47. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate invalid shares, and that's when this number gets super huge. $55.3. It's behaving like fine. Why was it crashing before? Did I already put LTSC on here? Oh, this is not going to be very helpful. This will. LTSC 21H2, yep. So it's not Windows garbage in the way. It just dropped out, 0. Why? Temperatures are fine, 52 and 50. Control C. And then find the 5700 XT config file, and it froze. Nope. Blah, 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 firewall. I don't care, shut up. Copy my overclocks like so, and put a little ignore me thing, and make these all 0. Control S, Alt F4. And this is not closing. Start. Wrong button. It always says that, lol. It always says what? What are you talking about? Elemental place. What the heck? What is he doing? He's sending his horses out there. Oh, he's grabbing those things that someone else dropped. Dog tour. What kind of name is dog tour? Is he a veterinarian for dogs, or is he a dog himself that is also a doctor? I could beat that. Wait, see how far away from the hive it is. I could beat that too. Go to world map. It is. How did I get way over there? What? I was poking around right here. You're pingable, but won't let me in. What's going on? Firewall, yeah. Firewall's annoying. On Windows. Mm, mm, mm. Teleport my castle. What the frick is it? It's locked up is what it is. I'm gonna go and use a thing to turn it off. But it won't come back on because it's... Teleport. Oh, my troops are still doing stuff. I'm gonna watch the stream and see if I appear on the camera. Like IT guy said, it looked like I was frozen or something. Yeah, I don't see me on there. Of course, it hasn't been 20 seconds yet. Yeah, it's not frozen. Hello, not frozen. It was earlier, he says. Just gotta find a better IP camera app, I think. Was it? I believe you. I just have to keep an eye on it every time, I guess. Come on. Let me in. Make sure 5700 XT, all zeros, so it's not going to overclock it this time. See what happens. I would hate to have to sell this card just because I tinkered with it and some random thing on it is being weird. This person gets it. Says, why are you 50 minutes away? Like, why am I so far away from the hive? People keep asking me every freaking day, and this person understood right away. Instead of bugging me and bugging me and bugging me and bugging me and bugging me. And the dog tour is... Well, the dog tour is way over here. I'm gonna go teleport by the dog tour. I'm going to teleport over by the dog tour. Wait 5 minutes for my troops to come back. Hurry up. Speed up. Speed up again. 1 minute, wait. What's that red dot? Nothing. Alright, miner one. You gonna start mining now? Huh? Are you locked up? Cat moves. Yeah, it's locked up! Is it pingable? Still pingable. Shutdown. /m miner 1 FRT 0. Go back to pinging and see if it actually does it. Bunch of stuff. Who's still in chat? Now it's restarting. Took forever. Make sure chat's not frozen on my phone. Good, it's not. Now it's coming back up. Add bookmark. Add bookmark. Add bookmark. Watching it to see what it does. Ooh, greedy goblin. Good bunch of gold from that guy. Add bookmark. What's it doing? Is it stuck? What folder is it? It is CD mine, star.bat, automine.bat. Oops. What's the time index? Stop it. Phone? Ah. I don't care about the side thing, phone. Negative 21. What? Okay, here we go. 118. Where I have something confidential pop up on the screen. $54. Still 54. Hasn't crashed yet. Wonder if I open hardware 64, does it crash? Because that just might be Windows if it crashes doing that. $76 on the memory. I want to keep an eye on that while I game for a little bit. I wish there was somebody in the chat to actually chat with me. You still good there, IT guy? You watching Picard? You know, the show's only been out for a couple years or whatever. You're trying to get a hockey game on, like in real life, or on your phone? See, it's mining right now with no overclock. It was mining without an overclock before. My other 5700 XTs on other mining rigs are running fine. So I've seen sometimes where the DAG will get harder, and then I have to change the overclocks on all of the cards of the same kind, like tune them back a little bit. It might be something like that, but I don't think so. That's my point. It only gets like 2 better mega hashes when I overclock it, so I could just leave it with no overclock. 53. It goes down to 53 after I say that. It's the playoffs, so I'm trying to watch on my computer. Oh. Already we could tell that Tuesdays are better for me. What do you think? Because I had a bunch of people join the stream. Of course, I had to text them. $52. Wait, let's see if Dog Tour has a thing. So, bookmarks. Let's take a look at those overclocks and get MSI Afterburner open. I need a shortcut down here. Oh, it's already there. So we're going to start with the memory clock to 1800, but I gotta change this over to the 5700 XT. 1800, what is it doing right now? 1750, 1800. Apply. Memory junction temperature is at 80. Good night, Roxy. Marching, rally, marching, blah, 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 blah. $55. It's doing 55. Okay. It's not locking up. I'm still gonna give it a couple minutes. It might be that thermal putty underneath that plate. $78C. check my phone, see what the temperature of the living room is. I was going to start the stream sooner, but I forgot. I was playing this game and also having to ride my bike to the pharmacy and not actually get my medication because they don't have my insurance there. Came home and I was like pity eating protein things. I was like, wait, I wanted to stream tonight. It is 79 in the living room, so that's pretty close to what I normally have it at. I had 4 scrambled eggs and broccoli with ranch and habanero cheddar yesterday. Oh, that sounds like a yummy invention. Mm-mm-mm. $78 and $55. There we go. Research. Defense. Wait, I remember. I want to do alliance. That's what I'm building up, I think. Oh. We have an alliance mine, so I want to speed that up. Running low on speed ups. It just died, just now. Is it gonna let me quit and go back in? It's crazy, this machine is the only one that when I try to stop the mining software, it locks up. Even if I like reinstall Windows and everything. Looks like I'm taking apart that card again. Windows X, U. Not that machine. No! Don't turn off that machine. Oh. It stopped turning it off, but it closed most of my apps. Oh wells. All right, I'm gonna do what IT guy says and make sure it's not frozen. Not frozen. What's your favorite animated? What's your favorite animated movie? Not frozen. in a movie about a girl lashing out at people who are trying to be nice to her. And there are no consequences at all. And she hurts lots of people. And everybody pities her and is nice to her. But she's somehow the hero. Frozen. And the sequel that people said was better, but I refused to watch it because the first one was so horrible. Frozen 2. Yeah, it irritated me too. Yeah. This is just so random. Watch it have nothing to do with the thermal pads and stuff I did to it. And it's just being a butt. It's out. I hooked up to the Vega 56 so that I can mine with that while I tinker. There's a cable trying to be all up in my GTX 1080 SE tool from EVGA. I cleared my CMOS settings again! Watch this whole time and not be the card and it be the motherboard. Or something. Are you gonna turn on regulars? Stupid motherboard. For pretty much the same reasons you just mentioned, and the obsession with the Let It Go song. Yeah! What they needed to do was have that main character let go of her nasty attitude over everybody. And she had, you know, telekinetic powers over ice, and she ran off away from all the humans, and she would terrorize the rock people. What kind of movie is that? Poor rock people. They're not even real. They're imaginary. Yet she terrorized them. That glue doesn't need to come out. This one does. Oh, I need to switch it over so you guys can see what I'm doing. Duh. There's magic. Louis Rossman, he's got like millions of subscribers, and he worked for years with only the overhead camera. That's all there was. And he didn't have the little camera in the corner thing that I have right now, and he didn't have music going on in the background. Does it come apart yet? That side comes off. The thing is, I don't know which screws go all the way through into the cooler. Oh, I still have those two on. Durr. This is the same one I was working on earlier, IT guy. Unless you're asking about something else. Were you watching earlier that when I was monitoring this while gaming and it was locking up the system? It would do like 0 hash rate. And then the system would lock up when I try to close it. Of course, the locking up is not because of this card. Miner 1 always locks up. I'm gonna try to close the mining software. That slid over. That's not appropriate. You stay there. Yeah, it's still locking it up. And it's from this card. But I think the lockups are just because of me trying to close the mining software, and Miner 1 has never liked it when I close the mining software. It's always locked up. Even back when I had a different model motherboard. Isn't that crazy? Different versions of Windows 10 have been on there. Actually, it started on Windows 8. Because Windows 10 before 1809 was not that good for mining. Windows 8.1 was better. That Brian guy, yeah, it just needs to just work. And ew, Windows 8.1, not as bad as Windows 8.0. Tell you what, Elemental plays. That Brian guy who was in chat earlier might be getting on a future live stream to help me modify a guitar pedal. Lapel. If the screws are removed. They're not. There's one more. Come off. It's a little stuck. There we go. Apparently that's okay. Some GPUs have thermal putty instead of thermal pads. And some people on Reddit just take their card apart and replace the thermal pads with thermal putty anyways. Of course, they might be talking about the memory on the other side. I don't know. I don't think the stuff is conductive at all. So it getting in between the little resistors and stuff might be moot. Hey, I should be using plastic thingy to do this. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you, iFixit. You think of everything. For all I know, that me watching the thermal junction temperature is just a sensor on one part of the memory that is doing okay, where I did have good thermal conductivity through the thermal pads, but it could be another spot on another piece of memory where I didn't do it right. I have to like put a bunch of thermal probes in here and have an external thing watching it. That would probably fix it. I don't have that kind of stuff. I remember Windows 3.1. I was like, I want a computer. I told my computer teacher, and I was the only person in the school that was actually interested in learning stuff. So we dug through piles and piles and piles in salvaged computers. It's like, and he asked me, what kind of version of Windows do you want? This is like when Windows 95 first came out. I'm like, 3.1's okay. He's like, why 3.1? And I said, because it's better than 3.0. It's just like Windows 8 and 8.1, you know? He found me one with 3.1.1 was a little better than that. Couldn't do much on it. Word processing, a little programming. Just gave me something to tinker with for a while. And that teacher left that school, and the guy that replaced him was this weird guy that was mad but talked calm. He was mad but talked calm all the time, and he would look directly at you, and his eyes would not look at you. One eye would be looking at your shirt, and another one would be looking at the wall. And you'd be like, can you look at me when you talk to me all mean? He says, I have a lazy eye. He says, well, the other one's not even looking at me. And I was super smart, so they just had me as a tutor in his class, and when he was teaching, he didn't want me browsing the internet. They wanted me to listen to him teach, even though I already took the class the year before from the other teacher, and they didn't have a part 2 class. He's like, what are you doing over there? And he would stare at my shirt and also the wall behind me and tell me, I said, nobody's browsing the internet while I'm teaching. That was off when I lived off in the boondocks in rural communities. Bet that guy doesn't work there anymore. Could you imagine living in a big metropolitan area like Columbus, Ohio, or even just like any other big area where there's a bunch of cities, and then you can't get a job, and so you find one that's like 50 miles away from everything and you have to commute there? That's what that guy's situation was. He was pissed. He had to drive in from Dallas. I was living in Texas, and I lived out in this little area called Bridgeport. Super far away. 2.5 hour drive to teach school to a bunch of hicks. And I wasn't a hick. I was what you called an import. I'm not from around here, I said. Sometimes make people laugh. Lazy eyes. Maybe he had 2 lazy eyes. Tries to look right at you, and neither one of the eyes wants to go straight. So he has to meet you somewhere in between. How am I gonna get all this thermal putty? What's it off? And how thick of thermal pads went down here? I don't remember! Couldn't bring myself to poke around on my old video, because I know I measured them. I know I could stick some 2mm on here and then try to put the thing on it and see what it looks like. What does that sound like, guys? Scrubby scrubs. How's your hockey? What's it going, IT guy? Oh, let's see if the thing is mining. Get in there! Oh, no, because I still have a pause in it. Mine! It isn't. Why is it done now? IT guy? Or you just got mad at it and said, I don't like this game. I'm throwing thermal chunks everywhere. Canned air to the rescue. Sort of. It sort of works. I need alcohol. Not that kind of alcohol. I worked at Verizon, like fiber optic support, and that was back when Verizon Fios first had cable TV. And even if people had subscriptions to stuff, ESPN would not let Verizon show things. Like, what's the point? What's the point of paying for subscription to something if I can't watch the game I want to watch? And I remember in the 90s, people would get these huge satellite dishes and put them in their yards. Of course, that was when I was living in that rural community where people had huge yards. Of course, then again, there was this neighbor in the 80s that had a giant satellite dish outside of his apartment. I'm talking like a satellite dish the size of your car. And in order to get the shows you want to watch, you needed something that could see broadcast television from Zimbabwe. And then you switch through the millions of channels until you get the football game you want or whatever. ESPN's a dick. Crazy is they do it for some sort of licensing or money making thing, but you think if someone has a subscription, you want to take their money instead of ostracize them. Spots things. What do you mean IT guy spots things? I'm trying to get every little speck of it out, in case some sort of bizarre reason this is what's causing a problem. Verizon paid for an account for ESPN Plus for all customers and they aren't even letting me use it. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like Verizon Fios. Back when I was doing support for that. It's one of those jobs where when it first happens to you and you're doing support and you're doing all this troubleshooting trying to figure out why they can't watch their football game. And then someone walks around and says, why are you on the phone for so long for this one call? And you tell them and you're like, oh, that's probably because blah, blah, blah. ESPN blocked it. Why don't you tell me that in training, you know? So then you tell them that. They're like, how do I know? How am I supposed to find out? I'm like, I don't know. And the blackout, it's like they do a blackout sometimes. Where ESPN will black it out so that whatever carrier that or broadcast television thing can't show it. They go to show it on their channel, it's just blacked out. So then sometimes we'll get an alert. Oh, if you get any tickets for or calls for Verizon for this football game, it's blacked out. You can just tell people it's blacked out. And sometimes it'd be even better. It would show the customer, this game has been blocked out by ESPN. So that would reduce the calls because they know it's not us that blocked it out. By us, I mean Verizon. But most of the time, it would not tell the customer and they would not tell us what was going on. We just had to guess. It might be a blackout. You think a multi-million-dollar company like Verizon and another multi-million-dollar company like ESPN could have a conversation to tell your customers our stuff's not working right now. Yeah, find other sources, like illegal sources. What movie had Vin Diesel in it? And maybe it was one of the Fast and Furious movies where in the beginning he was attached a thing to a telephone pole or something so that people could watch football. Because local TV has rights. Yeah, it's crazy, but then that makes sense. I understand that. And then sometimes customers don't know. They could find it on their local TV. Or, what's crazy, what if the local TV is just like a couple miles away and you don't have it in your neighborhood, but you're still a fan of that sports team? That sucks. That local TV needs to take the money from the subscription, you know? Even though you're paying Verizon. Yeah, whatever. Okay, now I can go grab, I'm almost to the point where I can go grab some alcohol. I just don't want any of this to get sludgy and move around somewhere else on the PCB. Getting as much of it off as I can. And this is just a plastic thing that came with the iFixit kit. It's like a $30, about that price range. Okay. See, it likes that Vega 56 just fine. See, it's mining, it's not giving any issues. Yeah, drop the thing. Need. Hey, Elemental Plays, if you're still there, tell me. I'm going to tell you something I heard about a YouTuber that you like. Oh, it's coming out a bunch now. It's like a bunch of it's still in there. Hey, looks like you're hatching away. Oh, an actual person in the stream that hasn't been here before. Everybody that was on the stream earlier tonight has been on my previous streams, except this person. Let me get that off my screen so you can see what I'm actually doing. This is 5700 XT that the hobbyist miner, this a few streams ago, I remoted into all my mining rigs and checked the thermal junction temperature of the memory on all my GPUs and wrote down a list of the ones that were candidates to have their thermal pads replaced. And I pulled this one by mistake. And it's just got this really weird system. Let me show you. It's got this bracket that goes on top of the memory. See that? And these memory modules only get touched halfway. And even this part doesn't even have good contact with the cooler. It just touched the heat pipes. So I tried filling it all up with thermal putty, and that may or may not have caused an issue, but it would mine for a little while and then lock up the system. Yes, it is an MSI one. I've been mining crypto since 2017. So I'm getting all this thermal putty that I put on it out. And then I'm going to try to figure out if I can get some thermal pads in here. They don't even have to be the best kind. Because this card was working fine for the most part. Yeah, and like the coolest thing about this card is the inductors got the MSI Dragon logo on them. Isn't that wild? Thermal pads I'm using are... Where's my box? Hold on. This brand. Thermalright. What's their thermal conductivity? Do they say on the thing? There it is, 12.8 watts per meter Kelvin. I watched this one video from TekShinji where he bought a bunch of different kinds and tried them all on the same card and then compared thermals. And the these minus pad 8s, which are 8 watts per meter Kelvin, are good for some cards, but they move heat at a slower rate, or not as much as the 12.8. But if you go all the way up to 15 with the gelid, it's too much thermal transfer, and the heat will leave the memory, go into the cooler, and come back into the GPU. So I might have had that going on. I thought that's what was going on with putting thermal putty here to fill in all this void between that and that weird plate I showed you. But I watched it in Hardware Info 64, and the temps, they didn't get that high. The temps of the memory made it to 80, but this stayed at like 57 before it locked up the system, or it locked up the mining software rather. And I couldn't close it, and then the system locked up. My mining farm, well, let me show you. That's my main mining rig. I got a Vega 56 where this 5700 XT is supposed to be right now mining. And in another room I've got 2 more. So that one's got 11 cards in it. Well, 10 because of reasons with the motherboard. Problems with the motherboard started at the same time as the problems with this card. And in the other room I've got a rig with 8 cards and another one with 4. Have you ever heard of a card having problems on the PCB because of using thermal putty instead of thermal pads? That's why I'm being so meticulous trying to get the thermal putty out with the toothbrush and alcohol. I have no idea, because I thought thermal putty was non-conductive. I got thermal putty to work on an EVGA RTX 3090 XC3, but EVGA offered to do RMA on it, and they sent me back a For the Win 3, so I never had to use it. So I just had the thermal putty. I was like, oh, I'll try it on this card. This card might just be messed up. If it is, I'll sell it as is, not working on eBay. Someone who is familiar with this card will probably know what it is and fix it in 2 seconds flat and resell it for higher, you know? But it sucks. I wonder if I got ROI out of it. Random ones. I don't watch any specific ones. What happens is that I look up what I specifically need. Like, oh, that one guy, Mining Panda. He's got a lot of videos I've watched about modding BIOSes on different cards. But whatever I need, I just look it up. Like, I look up how to do the thermal pads on a particular card. And I hate it when somebody does the thermal pads on a card in a video and they don't tell you the measurements of those cards. And the thickness is the important thing. So I think these are 2mm. So I got some 2mm spare here. I'm just gonna lay it down and see. Oh, it's kind of dirty. I don't want to get the card dirty. I just want to see if the mounting plate goes down. This weird plate. It's like PCB, thermal pads, plate, thermal pads, cooler. It breaks my heart, you know? Yes, Red Panda Mining. That's the one. Now that looks a little bit too thick. Glass of 1.5 over there. There's a strip of 1.5. And let's try that. All I'm doing is eyeballing to see if screw things want to go down. Oh, so it's probably a 1 millimeter. I wish I could eyeball it. Let's see if I put this in here, like with no thermal pads. Yep, it wants to go down. Look at that. See if I can show you in camera what I'm looking at. Focus! Oh, you can't see it too well. But I'm looking at the gap right here where my pinky's moving between the memory and that plate. I'm going to try a 1 millimeter strip. Or little bits of 1 millimeter I have over here. I mean, these two pieces fit. They could stay. Paladin? Oh, hello, Paladin. Now, I think these are 1 millimeter. That's why, because I don't remember. If I went through my old stream and watched all 3 hours of it, I would know. Definitely, yeah. That's definitely 1 millimeter right there. Well, that could stay there. That's the right spot. Those are sticky. What's this? I got more 1 millimeter right here. That covers that one. Okay. I have to. Oh, and there's another 1 millimeter stuck to the bag of my thermal grizzly bag. Now these are gray, so they're probably that one brand I showed you. Where's my box? Thermalright. Yeah, of course. I fix a kit every time, so I don't want to waste my time with other tools. It's got everything I need for taking stuff apart. Oh, a little too far that way. Yep. Always modding stuff to make things better. Alright, now I'm going to mount that plate here with all the screws and see, you know, eyeball it and inspect it. Ah. Very modest and cute. I'm pretty sure Ethereum is going to be around forever in one form or another. That's why I'm mining it. Why you no going, Screw? Oh, because it fell out. That's why it no going. The 16800 I have is great. I only have one of those so far. I gotta figure out a way to scrub this and clean it. It's got thermal paste on it from all my adventures. That's a good word. A non-respective of 179 and 182 mega hashes. Now, if you had those 3 GPUs back in 2017, you could have used the Ethereum they made to buy more. And you'd probably be at 21 GPUs right now like me. Of course, for all of 2018, 2019, and 2020, I was not mining because it wasn't profitable. I think I had 7 cards just sitting there gathering dust the normal way, as in they weren't mining. 77. Are they all in a garage or what? Hobbyist miner. And 77, that's not a hobby. Hobbyist miner. That's your primary, that's your first job. It's not even a second job. 77 GPUs. That's your living. I only have 21. Built a mining room in your basement. And by built, did you like force airflow and all that stuff? That's definitely 1 millimeter underneath there. And I wonder if I can show you guys. It's a hobby, I swear, he says as he goes like this. I could quit any time. It's just a hobby. All right. Definitely 1 millimeter under that plate. You can see them, those thermal pads on those memories. Here's the crazy thing. I showed you earlier. Look, this plate only covers half of these 2 memory modules. Like, what about the other half? They're just gonna be warm all the times, I guess. Okay. Gotta find the thing. Find the thing, let's plug it in the thing. Addiction, hobby, all the same. It's totally like a job, isn't it, to get them all working? Oh, I have this thing. Have you ever had that problem where you have more than one model GPU on a system and you're troubleshooting it by doing the thing where you plug in only 1 or 2 at a time? And then the PCI enumeration changes and the drivers are like, dirt, I'm gonna install drivers now for the GPU. And you have to wait. You know what I'm talking about, right? And, or like you go to MSI Afterburner and it forgets your overclocks because it thinks those GPUs are gone, but they're not. They're plugged into another slot. Well, I figured out that if you dig into the settings, and I found this doing something else, I was trying to figure out how to control voltage on AMD cards when MSI Afterburner wouldn't let you move the slider and you had to hack these files. All those files have the same letters and numbers as the GUID that Windows saves that driver under, well, it's a reference in the registry. So then it dawned on me, like, the big problem is, the big problem is that, how do I put this? So on Windows, you want to put your overclocks in the mining batch file as arguments, right? You don't want to use MSI Afterburner because it's not stable. But what happens if it enumerates the cards in order, in a different order? So let's just say the simplest example, we have two cards. One's a 5700 XT and the other one's a 1660 Super, right? And because of troubleshooting, now they're enumerated in opposite order. Now you have to go into that mining batch file and you have to change all your overclocks numbers around, right? Imagine doing that for 11 or 12 or 14 cards on one mining rig. It's a pain in the butt. So what I did was I made a script that runs PowerShell, because PowerShell is the only one that's going to tell you in what order the GPUs are enumerated in. And I have that spit that out into a text file, and a VB script reads that text file. And that VB script makes my mining batch file and puts the overclocks in the same order as they were enumerated in. And it knows the overclocks because, I'll show you this. Finally, I have a couple miners on here that can geek out with me. 5700 XT, there's the overclocks. They're all to 0 right now because I was troubleshooting it. But look at the 6800. Memory clock 2100 megahertz, core clock 1200, and reduced the voltage down to 900 on both the memory and the core. And so that script, when it sees what order the cards are enumerated in, it reads these config files and grabs the values for the overclocks. So the mining batch file is made on the fly every time it runs. So it doesn't matter what order the cards are enumerated in. 3 people is a party! Ah! Let's everybody do the mining dance, I guess. At least I have music in the background. This is my first live stream where I put music in the background. It's all music I made, so I don't have to worry about copyrights and stuff. When I started my YouTube channel, that was one of my things I did, was I started making my own music for the background, so I don't have to worry about copyright stuff. And there's already thermal paste on here. It's a really, really thick kind. It doesn't want to come off. So, is anybody wondering? Yeah, you're right. Because I'm also a musician as a hobby, and I have a music band page that I've had for years. I think since back 2004. And I found out that some YouTubers, if you remember TekShinji, he had that problem where they copyrighted him on his own music because it was on a separate channel. So where you go off your main channel and make a sub channel or whatever it's called, that's what I did. So my first YouTube channel was actually the music one, and this is a sub channel or whatever it's called. I don't remember. So that YouTube won't think I'm stealing from myself from a different channel, because it's all under the same umbrella channel. Seb Heslow does his own music too. Same with Red Fox Crypto. Cool. I need to get back in playing musical instruments. A friend that was in chat earlier might come over to my house in a future video and help me modify a guitar pedal that I built that I want to tweak and make it do trippy things. I already got it to do some crazy stuff, but I want it to where I can press one of those pedals with your foot. It goes like this to change the voltage. Oh, I got 2 screws I didn't put into the back. Can I? Yeah, I get to them. They're aligned. Okay. If this fixes it, I will be so happy. If it doesn't fix it, then it's going on eBay. Get out of my life. I don't need you anymore. Okay. Make sure you like and subscribe and stuff, Hobbyist Miner, and I'll see you in the comments and other videos later. Paladin, you still here? I do sci-fi comedy and vlogs, and I combine those two things, if you can imagine that in your head. It's really hilarious. Yeah, bro. Okay, good. You get to see my little experiment with an IP camera. I've got a smartphone on a tripod, so you can see me mess around with my mining rig, and the frame rate is like charts, but at least you can see what I'm doing. There we go. Let's go try this thing out. Platinum's like, yeah, bro. Let's do it. And my mic is wireless. So I'm gonna look at my phone to make sure it's working. It looks like frozen. Pause. Oh, good, it's not frozen. Not frozen. All right. First, move the USB cable off the 5700 XT riser over to this one. Go down there, you big chonker. Okay. All right, 1mm thermal pads. Save my card. Power cables. Oops. I pushed down on it and I felt the riser card come off. There, it's back on. Power. USB, other power. Okay. It's not coming on when you flip on the power supply. There's something wrong with the motherboard. So I'm going to be replacing the motherboard in a future live stream. Gotta figure out how to live stream in here and have good camera angle, you know. But that's in the cards. Gotta wait for that motherboard to come in. And look, it just turns itself off, and then turns itself back on, and then off, and then back on again. All right, it's booting up. Yeah. I'm gonna go back downstairs and remote in. What's my battery like? Come on, phone. 61%. That's not enough percents. Finally, you got hockey on. How'd you do that? Did they let you watch it on the Verizon ESPN subscription thingy? All right. Here's my check cards to see if it enumerated. Well, I could check device manager too. Div magmut.muska. Ah, it says it has problems. That could be anything. It could be a power cable not plugged into it right. It could be that I didn't plug the fan cable into the PCB. Infamous code 43. Do you mine crypto platin? I think I forgot to plug the fan into the PCB. Because I don't have that task in my short-term memory. Creative options. Okay, I know what that means. Stupid ESPN and local broadcasting stuff making people have to do creative options. No, I see it plugged in. Oh, one of the power cables just came out like super easy. Hopefully that's what it was. They both come out super easy. They're all loosey-goosey. Okay. Two to 2 out of 7. Liberty options is a good way to call it, lol. Yeah. You have Hive OS. 23 GPUs, that's about how many I'm running right now. I heard that Hive OS still does the enumeration problem that I have sometimes. And the main reason why I haven't tried Hive OS is because I used ETH OS and it was less stable than Windows 8. I was back in 2017 before Windows 10 1809 came out. 1809 was stable. Shut up, Watch! I'm not talking to you! You're not in this scene. You have to hit back like 50 times when it thinks it's talking to it. It's easier at home. I believe you on that. I might go to Hive OS. Does Hive OS let you remote into it? That's what I need. I'm staying up here. Device management.msc. It's still not working. It's got the same stupid triangle on it. I think I broke the card. I'll take it apart one more time. From an app on the phone. Well, yeah, but that's more like an API. What I need out of a mining software is the ability to remotely automate it. I'm using Claymore Phoenix Miner. That's another reason why I haven't gone to a Linux-based mining solution, because this is the first one I tried after going off of EthOS, and this one has an application that you run on another computer. And it's got a bunch of boxes you check and you can configure. Like if it's overheating, do this. If it's low hash rate, do this, blah, blah, blah. And the most important one is if it's not reachable, do this. Because all the other ones, I just put in a custom script that does a Windows command to tell it to reboot, right? The other one, when it's not reachable, which means the rig is locked up, you know what I mean? You want to have your well, not each, but the main power supply plugged into a Wi-Fi, what's it called? Wi-Fi power thing. So you can remotely turn on and off the rig. You configure your motherboard setting called restore AC after power loss, or something like that. And it should automatically turn your board back on. So you say the power goes out in your house and then it comes back on. All your mining rigs turn back on if you have that setting turned on. So you plug that miner into a Wi-Fi outlet. The rig is locked up, right? And you write a custom script that sends an email to a website called if this then that. If then this then that has a widget that whenever it receives that email turns off that Wi-Fi outlet. And then you have another widget that monitors that Wi-Fi outlet. Whenever it turns off, it turns it back on. So that's why I'm afraid to go to any other mining software. And I'm looking into a Windows one called Gminer. It doesn't have an API. It has an API where you can load a web page on another computer and see what the stats are. But I'm trying to see if I could parse that and write my own remote monitoring software. Try it if you don't like. Yeah, it's called Watchdog in HiveOS and monitor everything. I ran on USB out of laziness for months. Main issue takes longer to run updates. Yeah. Thanks, Panda Delore. Because EthOS had the same problem, taking forever to do updates. I went from running on USB to running on hard drive, like a used laptop hard drive that someone let me keep when I upgraded their laptop to a solid state. I was like, this isn't much better, and then I moved to solid state. In Hive, you can run any miner you want. Yeah, I know it's an operating system. Got you there. I understand that. All this talking, I need to grab a drink. What I need is the remote software to be able to turn it off and back on again. And as in the Wi-Fi outlet. That's the magic sauce, if you know what I mean. Use any miner you want. Use any miner you want. In Hive, you can use any miner you want. Oh, as in Phoenix Miner. Oh, I get you. And if I'm running Phoenix Miner inside of Hive, I still want to move to Gminer because it monitors the memory temps. Phoenix Miner does not. Even Gminer. Now, do I have their USB one? Is that a trial? So I don't have to pay for it to try it? That's the next question. Not having to deal with Windows would be a merger. Four rigs for free, that's nice. So if I wanted a fifth one, I just want to run Windows on that. And if they're all Gminer, then I can have one application on a laptop, or boot them or whatever, when it needs to. $3 a rig per month. That is cool. So right now I'm running 3 rigs. I was about to run a 4th one. Well, technically the 4th one is my editing rig. Whenever I'm not editing, it's mining. I'll show you something, another cool thing I wrote. So Gminer's not running. So, let's see. Go to Task Scheduler. If I reboot my editing rig, this runs. Check. Where is it? Miner monitor. Start. A run. Give that a minute, and it will start mining with Gminer. So my editing rig, I run Gminer. Come on, run! Is it running? There it is. See, I tried NB Miner, T-Rex, and Gminer seems the one with the most options and stuff. Oh, that's got personal stuff in it. Gotta check the time index. Come on. Let me see how far I am in. 239. I hate how Gminer shows your personal stuff as it loads up. But then if I load my editing software, which is Vegas, the script that runs in the background will kill that. And then if I close Vegas, that will start running on its own. That's the magic sauce that I wrote for that rig. And it is a 3080 Ti LHR. And I got it to run almost 90 mega hashes with the overclocks. This is the last hurrah. If this doesn't work, I'm selling it to somebody who knows what they're doing better than me. I don't even know what could be wrong with it. I gotta think in my head, what am I gonna do to it now that I'm taking it apart again? I'm thinking thermal pads I put on the inductors and the capacitors are too long because they didn't have that much going on the original. And you would think that the not responding thing, I could probably put this thing together with no thermal paste or thermal pads at all, and it would be detected just fine. Test all the rails. What, on this multimeter you're thinking would be testing the power coming out of those power cables that I plugged into it. I know they work because that machine is mining right now. Come on. Remote in. Oh, got a pause in it. the PCB, or to see if power comes from there to the rail, you have more knowledge than me. I will sell this card to you. Because that's like a whole 16 hours of me watching YouTube videos to figure out how to do that. That's got a hole poked in it. Why does that have a hole poked in it? My finger's got a hole poked in it. It's bleeding, it's bloods. What the heck? What am I looking at here? Those go to there. So right next to this, what poked that? There's nothing there to poke that. So if I turn this around, like so, and then put this back on, does it poke it again? Huh. No, there's nothing there to poke it. Strangest thing. Yep, caffeine-free cola. Giant Eagle had it. Had it delivered because I don't have a car. Don't touch your pants with your bloody finger, genius. Now you have permastain. Burp. That split. I'm thinking about what Paladin said. Where would I test it with the voltmeter? I don't even know. I would probably put one lead on whatever one of these is I'm testing, positive or ground, and then put something over there. I have a voltmeter, just don't know where it is right now. Let me check it, see if it is in one spot where I normally keep it. Oh, it is. Okay, where am I on the thingy? Display. Come back to that. Where's the continuity? What? Battery's dead in it. I'm actually gonna play along with what you're saying, Paladin, but I have to change the battery in my voltmeter. So if you give me a minute. There's a YouTube channel. What do you mean? Voltmeter stuff? Being frustrated with GPUs? That's not the battery cover, that's the fuse thingus. Put her back. So you see 5 volt and 12 volt and 3.3 rail. Now, I don't know where those are, because I know the power cables going in, because of the colors, are only 12 volt. So somewhere in here, it converts it. Am I right? Oh, he fixes GPUs. Okay. Cool. So that's why people buy them up, because they fix them. Get out of here, Amazon Basics. You're dead. Gets another one. Gotta run upstairs. Get my exercise in today, going up and down the stairs. Box of all my batteries. Those are all AA's and AAA's. That box is empty. See, I knew I had 9 volt batteries because one of the things I do as a hobby is music. And I always have to have batteries for things. For my guitar. My favorite guitar takes a battery. Well, if I sell this card, maybe the next time I sell some Ethereum, I'll get another one to replace it in the rig. Or not. EVGA replaced my 3090 recently. I've got some good hash rate going. Yeah, and on the PCB, it changes the voltage. For sure, that's what you're talking about. I just don't know where or how. And like, how would you even test it? He probably has a power source he plugs in over there, doesn't he? So he can make sure that the card is doing what it's supposed to do. Come on, screw, go in the hole. The hole is your home. Don't you like it in your home? Whole GPU. I wouldn't even know what to do. Got my voltmeter here. I've used a voltmeter to test things and fix things. That's why it's all grimy, if you can see. I don't even know. Oh, it's got, okay. Or the grounding on one side's all, the ground points are all connected to each other, or those could be all bolt. You know, through this whole stream, I haven't looked at the other side of the PCB yet to see if something funky's going on there. Garlic pickles. Yum yum. Because when you take these screws out, stuff happens back there. I still have the original thermal pads on the back plate, but their glue from the constant heat of mining seeps down all over this, and I had to clean it off. Oh, that's why I didn't replace them, because they're super thick. No, they didn't move at all. So that can't be it. I was afraid they moved. Stupid plastic backplate, stupid chonker thick thermal pads on it. Not just regular thick, but chonker thick. Garlic pickles. I'm taking this whole week off. I filmed the YouTube video yesterday. I'm live streaming today. Tomorrow I'm thinking of working on my car and filming that. Then maybe the rest of the week just edit. We'll see. Why am I even taking this off? I trust that this is good. All I did was remove the thermal putty and kind of rub it with a toothbrush. So I'm just thinking maybe visual inspection? What could I possibly have done? That guy that Paladin was talking about will probably know. And maybe whatever's going on with the voltage is what was making it lock up before, and now it's getting worse. But what I don't get is how would changing thermal pads mess with the voltage? That does not make sense to me at all. Maybe I'll get another 3090, like 1,700 bucks. 3 dill pickle spears. I've been trying to do the chicken and broccoli only diet because I lost a bunch of weight. And I'm trying to lose the rest, get rid of this gut. And I can't stick, like I got down to 158 and now I'm back up to 175. Because even though I stay on keto and I do intermittent fasting, my body like wants to come back up to 175. Like, no, I don't want the gut, get rid of the gut. And today I was kind of stressed because I had to go to the pharmacy for some stupid medication that I don't freaking want to take anyway. And they're like, we don't take your insurance. So I had a bunch of stuff. Safe stuff, like keto stuff, but still not chicken and broccoli. All right, this is the final hurrah. If it doesn't work, I'm selling it. I'm going to get this backplate back on, and I'm going to change the thermal pads on the capacitors and the inductors to around the same size as they were originally, because I put more than it originally had. So you guys will see in a minute. Dill pickle spears, I was actually eating them all the time when I first went on the keto diet, because coming off of a regular carb diet where you snack a lot because carbs only give you energy for a short amount of time, going on a keto, I still had the habit of snacking. So if I had my meal and I was still feeling like I wanted to eat something, I'd have 1 or 2 of those because it's like 2 carbs. Planks and push-ups. Yep. Well, actually, now that you brought that up, I do planks and push-ups. And I got down to that same low weight of 158 back in 2017. But I had a bigger waist back then. And I was talking to some friends about it, and one friend said that's because you have more muscle now than you did back then. And I think that's because of the planks and push-ups. I do planks and push-ups twice a week. Ugh. Alright, this has to go, all those bits. I have to measure how thick they are. Where's my caliper? Where are you, caliper? You're in this scene. I know I used, oh, I'll put it back in the box, probably. Longest plank I can do, a minute. I could probably do longer, I just get so bored. .5. What fell? Oh, I know what fell. It's okay. Yes, 1 point, think Morph FBB just popped in. Are you familiar with modifying GPUs? I'm on my last legs, or last straw with this card. If this doesn't fix it, I'm gonna sell it. And this thing originally only had thermal pads going this width. Like all of these capacitors and all of these inductors did not have pads on them. And I'm thinking, okay, I want to put it back to like it was. And these didn't have pads at all. I remember that. But I put pads on them. I know from now on, I'm not going to take apart a card I don't have to, and I'm not going to over-engineer cooling solution on it. Yeah, I was just measuring it because I'm going to get a brand new package of 1.5 on here. I just thought of something. Since I've been putting my used thermal pads on the top of my streaming computer, I think I'll put a strip of what's it called? Parchment paper on top, because I had the thermal pad package on top of it and it was sticking to them. And the measurements of each one are different. That piece goes there. That was there originally. These are some more 1.5s that can come off. Yeah, it is an MSI. It is, here, you see the side of the card. Just MSI Gaming. It's the branding on it. This card was running fine, and on a previous stream, I remoted into all my mining rigs and opened up Hardware Info 64 and identified which ones where the temperature was running a little hot. And my plan was to see if I can improve the temperatures on all those cards. And I pulled this card by mistake. I was supposed to pull a 5700, and I pulled this 5700 XT out. And to my surprise, it's got this weird metal plate on top of the memory. So it's PCB, thermal pads, metal plate, thermal pads, and then cooler. And it's been screwing with me. When I first put thermal pads on it, it would only mine for like 10 minutes and it stopped. So I changed the thermal pads out and put on thermal putty. And it would mine for longer. Yeah, I need a new wipe. Yeah, exactly. Look like half of these chips. I'll hold it up so you can see it better. And point with my iFixit scraper thing. This half of the chip doesn't even have pads on it. So I was thinking, and I filled this whole void up with thermal putty to where it would reach the cooler. I thought that was going to fix it. But the thing is, the card was running fine. It was like running like ADC only when it was super hot in the house. And that's on the GPU. And the memory was fine. I don't remember, I didn't write that down. But I knew all my cards were good. If they got above 82C, I did special things like put a fan directly on that card. Okay. So I need to put a 1.5 over just like those. Three. Here's a 1.5. If I remember correctly, it was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these, and it wasn't even the full width of it. Oh yeah, you're talking about the void right here in the gap. I get that. But you see these chips sticking out. Look. There's a PCB, and then there's thermal pads, and then there's this plate. And then there's more thermal pads, and then the cooler comes down. So look at it from this angle, you can see better. See, I put those pads on right there. Memory modules, pads, plate. This plate is weird, isn't it? Why is that plate there? No, don't slice it, genius. Now, normally, I think a big part of it is, number one, I pulled the wrong card. As soon as I realized that, I should have put it back. Number two, most of the time, or up until now, that is, I don't mess with a GPU until I see someone else mess with it on a YouTube video. So I need to do that, go back to doing that. Don't need to, if it's Micron, a little biased to run hot. Yeah, you're right. My 3090 with TJ Maxx was 110C. The plate is a heat spreader. Oh! Huh. That makes sense, actually. Before you join the stream, more FBB, I was going through different iterations of testing this card, and it was giving me that error in Device Manager that device stopped working and Windows disabled it. So that's why this is the last hurrah. Now, how thick is this pad? It's pretty intact. I might be able to reuse it. That's a, I think that's a 1.5. I'm trying to remember how many caps were covered. It wasn't all of them. Oh yeah, like put more thermal pads like around here if I needed to. Oh, your 5700 XT does that? The device manager thing? Ah, it sucks. Is yours 5700 XT and MSI? This has always been my difficult 5700 XT, this one. It has to take different overclocks than the other 5700 XT, so I don't mix it in. I isolate it as in it's the only 5700 XT on this mining rig. My other two 5700 XTs are on a different mining rig. I could understand that, except that when Windows initial, like, I was doing different testing and taking it upstairs, let it mine for a while, and then it would go to 0 hash rate. Take it down, do something else, take it back up, did the same thing. Took it downstairs, messed with it. I cleaned off all the thermal putty, put thermal pads on, took it back upstairs. Booting up Windows, it immediately went to the device has stopped working and Windows disabled it. It wasn't even like trying to use it for a while and then quit. So your temperature theory, because I had it taken apart in open air in the cold basement, there's no way it would be anywhere near operating temperature. You know what I mean? Thank you for that thought, though. Okay, let's switch that thermal pad over just a little bit more. I don't think that one had. I think it was like that. Power color Asus, but I have several various 5700 XTs to contend with, which means you've seen them do that, right? Error code 48 or whatever it is. Sapphire Pulse 5700 XT. Yeah, I'm gonna try Hive probably. Get the free USB thingy. Okay. Let me ask you this before I put this back together. Do you think thermal paste not being reapplied the last time could have caused this problem of it just when Windows boots it up, the GPU disabled itself? Because I didn't change the thermal paste on the last go. I just let it stay on there. Regardless of what y'all think, I'm going to change it. The best 2 fan design at the time. Haven't snagged one to date. Hey, you have a Sapphire Pulse. Check if does that have 2 heat pipes or 4? Because there were 2 different ones. The one that had 4 heat pipes had dual BIOS as well. I've had 2 Sapphire Pulse 5700 XTs. I sold them because their hash rate was a little bit lower. had to put their default or the factory BIOS back on before I sold them. That was painful, considering how difficult it was to get the mod to BIOS. Just in case, I'm changing it. I don't even care if this is or isn't what fixes it. You know what I mean? If it fixes it, I'm happy. Like, okay, go back to mining. Be a good GPU, thank you. But if it does fix it, I might grab another card that's having the same issue in Windows. Change its thermal paste over to this kind, because it might be that the other thermal paste that a friend gave me is too thick. What started this with me is that Check, 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 check. All right, I'm back. Let me show you guys what I just found out. Sound check, sound check. Everybody can hear me? Hey, it's the noob. Me here, and that's it. 'Cause yee. All right. You can barely see it, but the thermal pads that I'm inspecting on the caps here and the inductors here are touching the cooler, but not these over here. They're not touching. And I just used a caliper to measure the distance between those caps and the cooler, and it's 3 millimeters. Thanks for calling it out, IT guy. My microphone was plugged into a power bank the whole time, but it's a finicky power bank. Where imagine you have your phone plugged into a power bank and your phone does not have the charging icon. You're like, what's going on? So you unplug and replug your phone in, and then it acts like it wants to charge. That's how these power banks activate. Come on, guys. Toss. Toss. Put this 1.5 in the way. Bust out my 3 mil. Yeah. Make sure I don't already have an opened 3 mil. I'm so rich in thermal pads. I do have an open 3 mil. Use that one. Look at all these that I bought. Okay. Unopened 3 mil goes back in the box. This bit might be usable right now. It's kind of stupid skinny. I don't think I'd be able to use that for anything ever. Throw that away. That's funny, actually. Yeah. Because that's where the memory... No, the memory touches right here. And the GPU touches right there. That's funny. Paper's an insulator. Geniuses. Make sure I have it not be too wide. I don't want it to interfere with the cooler coming down to come on top, because these have to go through a hole in a plate, but they have to fit through that hole. Do you take your Do you take your GPUs apart to fix their thermal pads? And if you do, and they work for you, and you're not as delicate with them, that means I'm going to keep being this delicate, because if I do something wrong, it might not be as bad, you know? Not saying that you're doing anything wrong, but if what you're doing works, I want to have even more success. Now let's inspect. It's scooched over. Stupid thermal pads, you're not allowed to scooch over. That's forbidden. Go back right there. Inspecting all the thermal pads with my eyes. I had a card once that I bought off eBay. A 1080 Ti. And it worked for a while, and then it had similar problems to this, but it was still within the 30 days of returning it. So I inspected it, and I noticed that the cooler had bent fins and it was warped. And I looked inside, and I could tell the person tried changing the thermal pads because they were crooked, like what I just tried to do just now, and I straightened them out. Okay, now look at this. Now the thermal pads can reach the cap over to the cooler. Watch it be this whole time. That was what was wrong. I put 1.5s instead of 3 mil. A Leatherman? All right, everybody in chat, tell me what a Leatherman is, because I'm ignorant. I don't know things. Oh yeah, camping multi-tool. Hey, if it's sharp and precise, it doesn't matter. Do you like to go camping? I do. I just know I don't, because I know I would geek out over it, and camping's a weird social thing with whoever likes to go camping with you. So I don't like doing stuff like that alone, and I don't have people like that who want to go camping. But then I would geek out of it like hardcore. Everything has to be, doesn't have to be right, but I'd see somebody screwing up, pitching their tent, and I'd be like, no, that's not how it works. Remember this one time I went camping with my family in Texas. But then I couldn't sleep because I just liked the peace and quiet of everybody being passed out inside of the tents, and I walked around for hours in the woods. Oh yeah, that looks good. I can see the fins in the cooler just barely pinching those thermal pads. Yep, okay. Alright, final test, guys. Let's switch over my OBS to show my IP camera that I got running upstairs. Go up there and do my thing. Watch this fixes it, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna sell it, because screw it, it's over my head. I don't want to spend a bunch of hours training myself how to check the voltage on the rails, on the PCB. Alright, is it frozen? Can you see me? Can't tell. From my end, it looks frozen. Nope, not frozen. Power supply 1 off. Power supply 2 off. Move USB cable from RX50 or Vega 56 over to this riser card. Nah. Get it plugged in. Almost dropped the nut. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you drop it and then you have to move furniture to get it. Okay, okay. Power supply 2 on, power supply 1 on. And you weren't here for the stream earlier when I explained this problem, Morph BB, but this motherboard is supposed to automatically turn back on, and it's not. It's not keeping its settings. So I have a replacement coming. Oh, yeah, it's also low frame rate. I'm using an app on a smartphone. It's called Droid, or IP Droid, I can't remember right now. Yeah, it's definitely compressing because it's going over Wi-Fi and stuff. Look at it. This motherboard, it'll turn on and turn off and then come back on. Annoying! Jet ski dance. Sounds like fun. I need to jet ski someday. Speaking of jet ski, did you watch last year? What's the show? What's the show? Loki. One of the characters on there wanted to do jet skiing. All right, device manager. Hey, look! It not have yellow triangle this time. All right, let's check the enumeration with my check cards. It's number 10. And let's get hardware info 64 opens. Oh, the infinity mirror? That's OBS capturing itself. You know? Because you're capturing the desktop. Because you can capture a program that's open, but it won't capture a remote desktop. It's annoying. So you have to infinity mirror. Where are you, 5700 XT? There's a memory junction. I'll put that right there and get that going like that. And this takes a minute. Come on. Let me resize window. Play a game while I wait. Progress in all caps! Yeah, it's fun, fun, fun. Morph boo-boo. Shut up, I don't want to spend money right now. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, they're talking about whatever's. Move that up. There. No yellow text, so all the overclocks were assigned correctly from my script. What do I want to upgrade? Appliance mining, that's what I was working on earlier. Speed up. 1 hour. There, that's good. Help. There's the 3090. Ah! It locked up! See, it's not even pingable right now. Right with Hive, to avoid driver setting risks, I have more control over voltages. Oh, I know what you mean. I might try Hive. Destination host. I gotta check the voltage or watts. How many watts is it pulling from the outlet right now? GPU 1 is 290. I wish I could just turn off the rig and turn it back on right now, but the motherboard's been giving me problems. What about GPU, power supply 2? phone. 395 watts. Power, so it's still trying to pull watts on the second power supply, but not the first one. And this card's plugged into the second power supply. Hurts my brain. Why are you hurting my brain? Off. On. Watts. The 10 series cards, like a 1080 or 1070. It didn't lock. Okay. It came back on, as in me turning it off and back on again worked. Let me try this again without having hardware monitor 64 open, because it might be multiple devices trying to read the temperature sensors on the cards at the same time, or multiple applications, I mean. But does, see if GPU Z shows the temperatures. Sensors tab. Thank you, more FBB. I'll scooch this over so I can see the hash rate. I didn't even start mining that off that card yet. Still all zeros. GPU 10 not responding. See that? Close. Shut up, firewall notification. Close. Did bring the card back from the dead, though. That's something. No splitters. Good question, though. Because it's a higher watt, since it, you know, like the 1660 Supers, you can use the splitter because they only run like 100 at 10 watts max. Well, that's not their peak, but you know what I mean. You undervolt it down to like 96. It's a 250 watt or something max. I use one power thing for that. And even on the riser thing, I won't use the SATA power thing. I don't think it's actually shutting down because I don't see a gap in the pings. So turn off the Wi-Fi outlet and turn it back on. Okay, so now there's no pings. Turn that back on. I might teleport over by this guy and work with him a little bit. Add bookmark. Remote desktop. Can you let me in? It's just been saying pingable for a while. The motherboard's actually booting back up when I turn off the outlet and turn it back on. Hit cancel. Try again. Maybe if I look at what's on the screen. Oh, did you see that? It had the Windows screen for a second. But that might just be like doing a hibernate now. Or whatever, it turns off the display. .255 on a 6-pin, but I've had a bad contact heat up and open. I've seen that once. I will inspect it for that because it got warm outside and I smelt stuff, and it might have been its power thing melting, or it might have just been the neighbors doing cookout, you know what I mean, because it was warming up outside. So I'm gonna run upstairs and do that. looking for the... window capture is not working. Oh yeah, it is. What am I thinking? And I got lights upstairs. Oh, it's just off. Weird. It was all the way up into Windows and everything and just turned itself off. Okay. Make sure it was... Yes, same thing happened to me. Similar issue, but not a thing. The thing I saw once was the power cable going into the riser was melted. Of course, I've had this card in a different riser. I don't remember though if it had the same problem there. And I have another riser laying right here I can try. But I'm going to inspect the power first. Well, the riser card wasn't even seated correctly. Inspecting power cable. I don't see anything melted on it. I know back in 2017, I had cables coming out of power things. So I'm wiggling those. Those are all in. Inspection complete. Puts it back. And inspect the power cable is dangling in front of me too. And all the pins are up too. About this one that I had in the RX 56. Yep. I'm gonna go back here, push it back up. Turn on! Stupid restore from AC power loss not working. Cam upstairs is frozen. I wonder how to refresh it. I'm gonna run downstairs and refresh it. I need a better app for Wi-Fi IP camera on Android. Oh, it's unfrozen now. I could do. I'm watching it boot up. All right, there it is. Let's remote in. Get the sensors tab. The GPU is 31. Memory is 30. Okay. VRM. Like why these two numbers? I don't know. Oh, device manager. Right there. Here goes something. It's like the 4 of them were out doing their own thing for a while. That's cool. Mysterious relic. Oh, I hate how long it takes to do setX in Windows. Watch me fall in love with HiveOS. Somebody was it you, more FBB, that told me earlier in the stream that HiveOS is just an operating system you use any legal memory access. That's different. I can use any mining software in it I want. Oh, it started again on its own. Even though I have a pause in it. Jerk. Performance. Advanced. Change. I need device manager to figure this out. It's crashing again, memory again. So, device manager, and then display adapters, calculator. 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 11 plus 8 plus 10 plus 24 plus 8. 109. I got 150 there. Well, just give it 200. 200, 1, 2, 3. 200, 1, 2, 3. Set. Okay. I'm just trying to rule out that memory error is from not having enough cache for all the GPUs. You can use any miner you want. I can see why you might want to run multiple instances of the same miner, like having different settings for different sets of cards. Like setting your miner, like I only want to mine with cards 0, 1, and 2 on this instance, and 3, 4, and 5 on the other one. I don't do stuff like that. Intuitive, that's good. I understand Linux a little bit, so if you add intuitive on top of that, it probably won't piss me off to use it. Oh, I see what you mean. T-Rex for one algorithm, and then yeah, that's kind of the reason why I want to use Gminer, because it has more options in itself. But Claymore Phoenix Miner, even though they haven't updated it since 2019, it has remote monitoring, which is amazing. Man, he cleaned this area clean of bosses. There's one. Attack. Wise War. I tried T-Rex for a while. It was decent, but something about it I didn't like. I don't remember. Maybe because it has less algorithms in it? mining okay right now. Temp. Oh, GPU Z is not responding. What did I tell you about more than one thing hitting the sensors of a GPU at the same time? End process. Because the mining software is trying to read the temperatures of the card at the same time too. I'm going to read what you said more FBB in a second. Gotta get GPU Z off my... It might lock off Windows. And there it did. Thread's not responding. Restarting. TPTU 10 not responding. I'm going to force reboot it. Alright. You can get a flight sheet to run Gminer on 3 cards on an algo, and TRM for another 2 cards, and then TRX for a few more. Changing loadouts is simple as changing your saved flight sheet out. Auto change the OCs with a flight sheet. What's a flight sheet? Is that kind of like my thing? I gotta show you this. Check this out. I'll go into Miner 2 and show you something. So whatever order your cards enumerate in on the PCI bus, it automatically creates the mining batch file on the fly. Don't tell me Miner 2's not on. I'll go Miner 3. That's not pingable. Yeah. So my script starts up. I'll show you a little bit of it without showing you anything like my configs for my wallet and stuff. Where's check cards? There it is. And it checks what order the cards are enumerated in, right here. And then reads that and makes the mining batch file based off of configs it reads in each one of these files. So a flight sheet like that, it's like having a batch file configured for multiple miners to start at the same time. Ooh, flight sheet. That way you can have different algorithms. I think when it comes to algorithms, my biggest obstacle right now is once Ethereum goes to proof of stake, which algorithm am I going to start using? I might have to do what you say and use different algorithms for different cards. Miner 2 is not doing its thing. Oh, and its Wi-Fi outlets are not on. There, that'll turn Miner 2 back on. Turn the dehumidifier off so you don't have to hear that in the background. Sometimes Miner 2, because Miner 2's power cable runs to a surge protector way over there. And it runs upstairs. All right, let's get back into my rig. Too bad I don't have a notepad down here. Mining flight sheet. I'm gonna write that down. Come on, Miner 1. I know you're pingable. Check how many watts it's pulling. 83 on power supply 1. Power supply 2 is 136. It is locked up. Turn off power supply 1. Quest timeout. Turn it back on. Alright, game. Distract me for a few seconds while I wait for that. I would love for this card to start working. Hello, I have 3. Could use a blue or maybe a purple. Flightway's active. Where's Flightway showing? Nobody doing any of this stuff. Oh, he's way over here. Oh, he's doing like I do sometimes. Doing his own thing, and some people... Oh, he's next to me. That's me. Oh, okay. Join. Reset. 1. Join. Reset. 1. There's 3 of us. Cool. Mine are 3. I know you're pingable. Let me in. What is going on up there? The rig is completely off. Look at that. It's all darkness. And yet, it's not pingable anymore. So I'm gonna go look at it this way. See what happens when I turn the power off to the outlet and turn it back on. Nothing. Can't wait to get my replacement motherboard in and get rid of that problem of it not coming back on automatically. Automagically. This I don't get. Tell me if you've seen this or you got any idea what this means. Where the problem with the motherboard not automatically coming back on, and I had to clear the CMOS, started the same time as this 5700 XT fiasco. .6 watts. Getting replies. Destination unreachable. Blinking cursor. Look at that. Off. On. That's a motherboard issue. Okay. I'm going upstairs. Putting a shirt on. Find my long sleeve shirt. Should have been wearing this down in the cold basement the whole time anyway. All right. CMOS cleared. Short, maybe. What do you mean short? A short, probably a short on the motherboard. I need to replace the motherboard, obviously. It worked this time. All I did was turn off both power supplies for 30 seconds while I grabbed the long sleeve shirt to put on. Preparing Windows, because we were not prepared for this. All right, let me sit and babysit it. Yep, electrical short in the motherboard. So maybe the 5700, when I did something to it, shorted something on the motherboard. But then again, the motherboard, when I bought it, was supposed to be able to do 12 GPUs, but one of the plugs on the board doesn't work. It's literally a USB port on the motherboard, which plugs it directly into one of the PCI lanes for mining. So at this point, I'm thinking, if I can't get this card going, it might still just be the motherboard that's the problem. But then I could test the card in another system to prove that, right? While we're waiting, more FBB. If you don't mind, could you give me a like and a subscribe? A like on the video, subscribe to the channel. I do sci-fi comedy and vlogging, and funny enough, I like to combine sci-fi comedy and vlogging all together sometimes. I have a Z390 gigabyte board that hates server PSUs. Lack of keep alive voltage in the powered down state. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay. Right, because the server PSUs don't have that. I have another motherboard though that I might have to RMA. So it's mining right now. I got nothing else running, and I'm not remoting in. So another thing that I do when I get this far into a struggle is I won't remote in, because that asks whatever GPU, in this case is the iGPU in the Intel chip, it doesn't ask it to do extra work to take that render and send it over the Ethernet, you know. Mining right now. I get 54.9 mega hashes at 200 watts. No overclocks or undervolts right now because I turned that off earlier in the stream. I was holding out on it like until you bagged a win. I might have at least almost fixed it. Nope, incorrect ETH share from GPU 10. But then it went back. It's mining at 55. Incorrect ETH share from GPU 6 now. So 10 is the 5700 XT that we were working on. And I'm running checkcards.bat so we can see what GPU 6 is. That's a 3070 non-LHR. And it just crashed. AMD Adrenalin edition settings have restored due to unexpected system failure. At this point, it might be a DDU time. You know what I mean? Do you know what DDU is? More FBB? Morph boo. I know IT guy knows what DDU is. If we had more people in chat to just have a conversation while I did DDU, I would do it right now. Normally I'd just put on Doctor Who in the background while I do DDU because it takes forever! This stream is already around the time. I started at 8. So it's 4.5 hours right now, I think. I'm gonna go downstairs, remote into it again, and then finish up the stream. I might have bagged a win. I might have. Recovered the card from the dead, as it were. Take the pause out of it. Control S. Now it's doing 37 mega hashes, not 50. There's 3070 getting the incorrect share. You're running into spam filters talking too much? Oh, that sucks because there's not a bunch of other people in the chat. Stupid YouTube. Display driver uninstaller. It's a thing when it's a Windows problem thing where Windows keeps trying to use the wrong driver even though you uninstalled it or something. A display driver uninstaller, you can completely wipe your system of all AMD drivers, reboot it, and you have to do it in safe mode. and then you completely wipe the whole system of NVIDIA drivers, reboot it, and then install your AMD drivers, reboot it, install your NVIDIA drivers, reboot it, and then mine. And it actually, instead of having to like troubleshoot one card at a time and get the drivers right, it saves you time. But it takes, like on a rig with 12 cards, it would take you 2.5 hours to do a DDU process, instead of 4.5 hours trying to troubleshoot drivers. Because if you do a DDU properly, you can rule out drivers as an issue. Look, I'm gonna call this a win for right now. You know what I mean? I've got my mining software telling me invalid shares sometimes from the 5700 XT, but it's saying the same thing from my 3700. DDU might fix it. A new motherboard might fix it. But I know to fix me, I need to go to sleep soon. I'll try to keep up more flow. Oh, I'll try to keep up. So what do you think, more FBB? Am I going to see you later on the channel, making comments on my videos? I wonder if it'll let me stop it and put my overclocks back in. All I gotta do is erase these 0 ones. Go like that. Bam. And then run as administrator. Yeah, I remember that a 1.5 years ago when the drivers went beta. But they fixed that before I started mining again in March of 2021. These guys are all starting their own little alliance wars. I don't have to do any work except join. It's cool. They're learning from me. I used to do this thing where I would go off on my own and do alliance battles against things. What that means is anybody can join if they want. And everybody's like, why are you so far away? And I'm like, because everybody clustered together means there's less stuff to fight. You come over here if you want. Incorrect GPU 6. Attack. Attack that. 5 minutes. Default or reset. Clap that guy. Yeah. Like and sub for GP. GP. What's GP mean? Oh, look at those! Invalid shares when I tried to overclock it. It's doing 2.4 million mega hashes, which is not legit! You're going back to zeros, guy. What's GP? More FBB. Come on, YouTube. Don't block him with the spam filter. He's not spamming. For GP. The beta quality driver issue had been out 10 years straight. Yep. 6 months plus after the card. If you happen to have a popular card, yeah. General purpose. General purpose makes sense. Makes sense. All right, stop with a 3.4 million. Yeah, of course you had an error. I told you to stop. Here, I'm gonna go in chat and share a video with you guys, or with more FBB, so you can get a laugh before you go. Because I am done streaming. There's this concept I had in my head for sci-fi of being able to film 6 versions of me at the same time. And I finally did it in a video, and I took a clip out of it. There's something for you to watch at the end of the stream. Boop. That is not what I normally do. Every now and then I'll do a little sci-fi comedy, and that gives you an idea of some of the characters that might show up on my channel. Master Nugget has Windows 11? You have Windows 11? No! Talking about my Windows 11 video. All right, you guys. I'm ending the stream because I am tired. I mentally could keep going. I could tear that card apart again, but physically, boop, I'm out. So good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to the stream. I had fun tonight, and I'm going to try to stream again next Tuesday, because before I was streaming on Fridays, not been very many people joined, and so far it looks like Tuesdays is better. Bye.